Hello, poker fans from across the state of North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota. We'll even call it the world. We are here for the Dakota Poker Tour Spring Championships here at Hagge's in Mapelton, North Dakota. There's our starting players in Seat 1, Steve Bellin with 73,000. Seat 2, Robin Steen with 102,000 in chips. Jordan May, 115,000 in chips. Jared Strode from Jamestown, 97,000 in chips. Jesse Hadeland with 99K in chips. He is from Fargo. Seat 6, Austin Christensen, 173,000 in chips. He's our chip leader at the table. Austin is from Fargo. Seat 7, Josh Jordan with 154,000 in chips. He is from West Fargo. Seat 8, Skylar Sand, 161,000 in chips from Candu, North Dakota. And rounding off our feature table is Nathan Kiefert with 62,000 in chips. He is from Fargo. This is the season-ending championship. No. It's just the spring championship. So all these players are playing for some big money. Let's go ahead and see. We had 84 players registered today. 64 remain. This is a two-day event where come 11 p.m. we will bag, tag, and come back tomorrow starting at noon. The live stream will start at some point. We got Austin with pocket tens. He's going to fold. Seems a little strange to be folding pocket tens. Maybe cards are a little off. I'm not sure. But there's your chip count. Austin with 16% of the chips on the table. Once again, we're out here at Hagge's Bar and Grill in Mapelton, North Dakota. Got some familiar faces at our feature table. Tons more familiar faces in the rest of the field. Jared Strode will be starting off the action this hand with a fold. To introduce myself, my name is Brian of the Dakota Poker Tour, also of the Free Poker Network. Coming off a bye week of streaming. Just streamed at Blue Wolf Casino / Cactus Jacks / West Acres Bowl in Fargo a couple weeks ago, where Lee Kavanaugh takes down that tournament for a cool grip of cash. That was Lee's first DPT champion. First DPT win, rather. Jordan May will 3-bet to 15,000. Blinds are at 2,000, 3,000 with a big blind ante of 3,000. Flop comes at 8, 9, 10 rainbow, but Jesse has a straight draw, open ender. Jordan will bet 25K. Pretty healthy sizing for the blind levels, showing a lot of strength there. Players started out today with 100K in chips. So a little bit bigger of a chip stack than we're used to. But this is a special tournament. This is the Spring Championship. Late Reg is open till 9:30 tonight, so you've got 2 hours and 14 minutes until we close registration. So if you're out there nearby and want to make the trek out to Hagge's, 20-minute drive from Fargo, 10-minute drive from Castleton and all the other small towns. Austin will 3-bet to 15,000 with Ace King. Fold around to Jesse. Jesse, a very seasoned poker player. Additionally, my laptop is super bright right now. I'm going to turn that down. Our sponsoring charity is West Fargo Rural Fire Department. And they also have raffle tickets on sale for $20 a piece. Top prize is a cool $12,000 cash. So if you want to come out here and support the West Fargo Rural Fire Department, make sure to scoop up some tickets. $12K paid in cash. Other prizes, $1,000 cash. There's 8 $500 cash winners, 10 $200 winners, and 9 guns in total. Or if you're in Fargo and don't want to make it out to Mapelton, you can head over to the Silver Dollar in West Fargo to purchase some tickets. Drawing will be held tomorrow night at 7 p.m. You do not need to be present to win. Skyler will 3-bet to 17,000. Josh Jordan, make the call. Flop comes 8, deuce, deuce, 2 spades. Josh will act first. He checks.
Strawberry banana or what?
It'll open about 20 minutes. Just a reminder, no liquids over the feature table, please. And no cell phones while you're in a hand. If you need to, please step away with any electronic cell phones. Please and thank you. I forgot to say that.
Skyler bets 16,000. Folds to Josh Jordan.
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing. Yeah.
And he will fold the better hand. So Skyler Sand showing his poker prowess, recently taking second place in the Free Poker Network's National Championship out in Las Vegas. The whole crew is out there to witness that. Skyler was certainly bummed, but if there's someone at this table, I mean, there's a couple elephants in the room, but we'll just talk about Skyler. I mean, if there's someone that knows how to run deep in tournaments, Skyler is certainly someone I would be betting money on to run deep. course, Jesse Hadeland is one of those other players that is just incredible at poker. And let's not forget about Steve Belland. Steve is, boy, you better watch out for Steve Belland. Running deep in a poker tournament runs deep in his veins. Does that more times than not. Steve's favorite poker player is the one who just lost to him, so he does like knocking players out of tournaments. Let's not forget, geez, this table's loaded with players. Just doing some quick research to make sure I have my stats right. But let's get into the action here. Austin and Jesse both with a pair of queens. Austin with the better kicker. And a 6 of hearts on the river will give Austin the check mark. Let's see. No, and we will check. And Austin will expose the winning hand. Speaking of someone who'd like to go back-to-back, perhaps, in a sense, at least back-to-back final tables, we got Robin Steen sitting there in seat 2 from Hillsborough, North Dakota. Robin Steen recently took second place at the Cactus Jacks Open for $4,000. So Robin Steen is back in action, trying to search for another top finish here on the Dakota Poker Tour. Being this is a 2-day tournament and registration is still open, we do not have any payouts for you.
You just put it on the table out there.
You don't want it over here?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Skylar will raise to 8,000 with Big Slick suited. Get a call from Jordan.
Even here, I can reach all the way.
And a fold from Josh Jordan.
Oh, no. Sorry, one call.
So Jordan May will call with King 4 suited in the hijack. Flop comes 8-7 deuce, 2 spades. Skylar will check. We see a check and a queen on the turn. Skylar will check again. And Jordan will check. And we'll go to a river. Another queen. Skylar will check. Not really having a good read on the situation, perhaps. Knowing how strong his originally strong hand was. $10,000, or not dollars, 10,000 is the bet. And Skylar calls, and he'll be taking home a pot worth $68K. do have some information on the prize pool here. Well, it was a $300 buy-in, so that is the max for this two-day tournament, and already have a $20,000 prize pool. So we're guessing it's going to be up in the $6,000 or $7,000 range. Steve Bellin, known for his silver bullet chip or card protector, has now upgraded to a massive, I think that's a silver shotgun shell. Pretty cool.
Impossible to call him.
Looks like Jared folded.
One raised to 8,000. I didn't even realize he didn't have oranges. Where was I at? 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold.
So Steve raises to 8,000. Skylar in the big blind will call for 5,000 more. Flop comes 10-9 Jack. Rainbow, Skylar and Steve both with the open ender with the 8s. Six and a deuce on the turn and river. And Skylar's reaching for chips. He's going to bet 8,000. And Steve will fold the winning hand. Skylar Sand gets Steve off of his ace high.
You're getting knocked out quick. At least you only had 15 minutes.
Yeah. You're walking in the door in 15.
Once again, there's still time to get out here if you want to play in this prestigious poker event just out at Hagge's Bar and Grill in Mapelton, North Dakota. Registration's open till 9:30. Just 2 short hours away. Plenty of time, though, to jump in the action. We'll fold around to Jesse, who folds as well. Josh Jordan will make the call. Actually, raises to 8,000, sorry. Skylar folds, and 5K to call for Nathan. Josh will steal this pot with a very poor hand. But we will we'll kind of take note of that. Willing to raise the pot up, try to steal some blinds and antes with a less than stellar hand. If you want to stay up to date on the happenings here, you can head on over to DakotaPokerTour.com, click on Live Updates, and you'll be able to see just exactly what I talk about. Prize pool is at $22,680.
Price pool's not ready yet. Price pool will be
Skylar Sand with Jack King offsuit. Robin Steen in the 2 position will raise to 11,000. Skylar makes the call. 3-8-6 on the flop, and we'll see a check. Skylar's reaching for chips, sensing some weakness. He'll bet 13,000. And Robin's just going to insta-shove all in. And Skylar will fold. Sometimes you wish you had a rabbit cam just to see what that turn and river would be, but nice strong play from Robin, showing why he belongs out there on the felts. He just had pocket nines, did he not? And that's Robin Steen's favorite hand. Imagine that. I think a couple weeks ago, Robin Steen wrote on his player profile the term, poker term, you wish more people understood. I think 2 weeks ago he wrote down the dirty diaper, which is something I learned at the time, but he put a new one, parking lot hand. What is the parking lot hand? That would be ace, queen. I think it's just ace, queen. No, it is king jack suited is a parking lot hand. It's named, actually parking lot hands might be more than one, but we have 4 players in on this raised pot. Steve pocket nines, Robin ace 8, he does hit his 8. Jordan May though with a flush draw. And Skylar with pocket 5s. Check over to Robin Steen actually will bet 11,000. And action's on Steve now. And Steve will fold. So Robin Steen will scoop in another pot. He's up to 171,000. Jared Strode looking down at pocket 10s. A raise to 7,000. Jesse will fold. Thank you. Skylar looking down at ace queen unsuited. Likely make a call, if not a raise. Oh, he's really reaching for chips. Maybe 19,000. And Nathan Kiefert now, pocket 7s, 19K to call. He's going to fold. Stephen Robin will fold.
19.
Now Jordan May also has pocket tens. Just 76,000 in his chip stack, and he's gonna fold. Wow. So there will be 0 outs for Jared if he's gonna be hoping to spike a 10 or hitting a third 10 if this hand develops into that kind of a situation. Jared doing some counting on his chips. Just 12,000 more to call. These players have been playing since noon already, so coming up on that 8th hour of poker on the day. Jared taking his time. I mean, you could definitely see a call here, but with 90K left in his stack, he's gonna have to make sure he's committed to this hand, and he's gonna shove all in. About 45% of his chip stack if Skyler would call.
Oh, okay. No, it's 1.
Still, kind of early in this tournament, I would say, to be calling off 90K in chips. With pre-flop without a made hand, Jared's not in a position to be all in or nothing. It's more so just a power play, probably just to give Skyler an easy fold. Now, if Skyler was looking down at jacks, queens, kings, or aces, that's a whole different story. Instant call. But with just ace queen, I mean, it's a great starting hand, but do you really want to risk 45% of your chip stack, or half your chip stack, actually? And he does make the call. Oh my gosh. We'll see what happens here. Remember, Jared doesn't have any tens as outs. If an ace or queen comes on the flop, turn or river, Jared is likely walking at a queen and 2 diamonds on the flop. King on the turn. And a 4 on the river. Jared Strode is now going to double up through Skylar Sand. Started the hand with about 100K in chips. Will be ending this hand over 260,000 in chips. You know, not really a do or die moment for Skylar. Definitely going to be kicking himself for that one. Maybe it was thinking he was catching Jared in some kind of a bluff, but pocket tens hold up and Jared Strode doubles up. While Skylar Sand is not crippled, blinds are still at 2-3-3. So plenty of chips to work with, but man, I'd rather have, 200 some K in my chip stack than 90K. As was the situation Jared was just in. Jesse will fold. Austin will decide to play ace deuce offsuit. We'll fold around to Robin Steen, and Robin folds as well. Jordan May, just 1,000 to call, does make the call. And Jared will check his option. 6-5 jack on the flop. Jared picks up the gut shot. Jordan May in the lead, though, with pocket nines. Jordan bets 6,000. Jared will make the call, just cheap enough to see a turn. And Austin will fold, and will be 2 players to a turn. Queen on the turn. Looks like 10,000 from Jordan May, not liking the other overcard. He's going to bet 1/6 of his chip count. Jared may be taking that into consideration, that Jordan's willing to risk such a large percentage of his chip stack on this hand. And Jared will fold, get away from that. Robin will raise to 11,000 with pocket sixes. Fold over to Austin. 8,000 more to call. Josh Jordan, ace-king suited. Raised to 6,000. Skylar calls as well. Austin will make the call as well. So 3 players to the flop. Suited connectors for 2 hands and pocket tens for another. 2 8s and a jack on the flop. No help to either player. Austin will check. Josh checks. And Skylar will bet Looks like 8,000. Definitely gives Skylar some confidence to bet in there, even with the overcard. Josh very well might call with the ace-king suited still. Chase an ace or a king on the turn. Another 8 on the turn gives Josh some more outs. Pair the board, another 8, or an ace or a king. Skylar will check as well. And a 4 on the river, give Skylar the check mark with the full house. Josh will check. He's and Skylar will bet 25K, and Josh will fold pretty quickly. Skylar getting back up to the near that 200K chip mark.
That's what I thought. I was like, geez, Mom came up here and was pitching. Randy's not fast.
Just blame it on the voice in your head, Randy.
So Nathan, pocket jacks, we're getting the chip counts correct. We just had to reboot the computer and it reset all of our settings. But Nathan will raise to 9K. Steve calls with pocket nines. Then now Jared Strode, ace king suited. And Jared will raise to 55,000. What a huge 3-bet. Austin and Josh will fold.
Attention players. This level will end in 1 minute.
It's not the correct chip count for Nathan, just mind you. If he would move his left hand and not be a stone cold gargoyle. Looks like about 45,000 in seat 1. Seat 9. And Steve will be all in to call. Should he make this call, he would be the slight favorite, but Steve is going to fold, and maybe save it for another time.
Attention players. The blinds have changed. The small blind is 2,000.
And blinds are now up to 2,000, 4,000 with the 4,000 big blind ante. So although it is getting more expensive to play, these are 40-minute blind levels. So players do have plenty of time to kind of grind it out a little bit here. And I'm just hopping on the YouTubes now, checking out if there's any comments. Be able to respond to you guys. And if you are watching on YouTube, go ahead, like and subscribe to the channel. That way you'll be updated on anytime we go live. This will be the last time we do go live for a little bit. Of course, we take the streaming takes this summer off, and then we'll probably do a kickoff stream in the fall. Jared folds. Jesse folds. Austin will make the call. Josh folds, and Skylar makes the call as well. Or rather, just checks. He's in the big blind. So we'll be 2 to the flop. Flop comes 3, deuce, 10, 2 diamonds. Skylar has the flush draw. 10,000 is the bet from Austin. Skylar will definitely make that call to chase a flush here. 6 of spades on the turn. Gives Austin a straight draw. Skylar's still in the lead though with Jack high. Austin bets another 10,000 and Skylar makes the call. Ace of hearts on the river. Looks like a check perhaps. Oh no, Skylar's first to act. He makes a bet of 10,000. Skylar sensing weakness in Austin.
I'll just take them for now. Thanks. Messing with their stuff. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And he makes the call. Did he? Oh, he just folds. Okay. Good. I was going to say, I don't know what he's calling with.
Last time I'm doing it. Kicked out. Yeah.
You get to go to Poker Tour's first YouTube strike.
You have a little bit of a points race. Well, actually, let me see. Currently, Player of the Year for 2025, Justin Smith sitting with 10,600 points. Let's see if Mark Britton is in. Yes, Mark Britton is in the field. He is the closest to Justin with 8,630 points. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Chase Lardy is on vacation. Looking at his Snapchat story, he's got 8,400 points. And then after 2 weeks ago, the win, Lee Kavanaugh sits in 4th place with 7,500 points. Jordan will check. Austin bets 30K. And Jordan will fold.
Yeah.
Get a marker board out here and put it on every time and put it above your head. Me is 12. Guy pitching the baseball game's like 30 years old and he's got a burst hook that says me is 12. I am 12. What level are we going to tonight?
And actually, I just saw a ghost. I thought I did. Chase Lardy is in the building. I can only imagine. I'm pretty sure, based on Snapchat stories, Lardy was at the Twins game this morning. Him and T. Cole. And if I were a betting man, the only reason why Chase is here is to play. But TK did not make it out. Okay, so just Lardy shows up late regs, try to launch his way up into first place of the points race. Needs to just make up 2,200 points. Flop comes Queen, Queen, 9. Nathan Kiefert with trip queens. Not bad. Steven Jordan check over to Austin, who did catch a piece of that flop. He'll bet 10,000. I don't think Nathan's going anywhere. Let's see if he just smooth calls or he is all in. Yeah, he only had 33,000, so very standard play, being the absolute short stack at the table. And Jordan May's going all in now? I'm sorry, with what? I mean, that's my question. I mean, there's open for a jack. Austin will fold. That seems like a logical play. So unless Jordan's hand misread, I don't know what that all-in was for. Ace on the turn gives Nathan the check mark. Nathan will double up. Nathan will double up through Jordan May. Nathan get a little smile there, a smirk. Like, what on earth were you going all in with? Of course, that was, well, stuff happens, I guess. Jordan May now with pocket fours. Call for 4,000. Josh Jordan now with 4,000, or with ace king, 4,000 to call. Looks like he's going to raise to 15,000. Fold around to Steve Belland with pocket queens. Steve will go all in for 34,000. So 2 players all in. Action's on Robin Steen now to call 115,000. 81,000 more. And he does make the fold, so we'll have 2 players here. Steve Belland with queens now. Tournament life at stake. Needs to fade an ace or a king. 6-6-7 on the flop. You can see 3 outs have been taken away from Josh. Turn is a 9 of diamonds. Steve needs to fade an ace or a king, a 3-outer. And it's a jack on the river. Steve Belland will survive and double up through Josh Jordan, breathing some much needed life into the man from Bagley, Minnesota, the underground construction guy. The former Minnesota beer guzzling champion, Steve Belland.
What do you, does it matter?
Jared will fold. Jesse Hadlin's been very quiet at this feature table, and he's going to go all in for 42,000. Austin will fold. Josh folds over to Skyler, who folds. Nathan folds. And we'll get a call from Jordan May, ace 10 versus ace 9. Jesse Hadland won't even say the slight favorite. It is very much so the favorite in this hand. Just needs to fade a 9, 7, jack, 3. 86% chance for Jesse to win this hand. Needs to avoid, it's a 1-outer at this point. 2 9s have been taken up in hands. A true 1-out, not a, well, it's a true 1-outer. No 9. And it is a 2, and Jesse Hadland will eliminate Jordan May. Our first elimination here at this feature table. And it it looks like TK is down in the cities gambling. So he confirmed he will not be here.
I didn't either. I was like, 9 to the ace 9, and then the two
Great
kids
thing,
went
because
for 12.
his out gives you a both.
He's shocked. And I was like, yeah. Just a little surprised to see that one. Yeah. Make it interesting.
So about 55 players remain in this 84-player tournament. Once again, this is a 100K MEGASTACK, $300 buy-in. Starting chip stacks were, of course, 100,000. So if you're below that, you are not doing so well. Skyler raises to 9,000. Steve will fold his king-jack offsuit. And Robin Steen with pocket threes will make the call. Jared calls for 5K more, and we'll have 3 players to the flop. Eight, 4, queen, 2 diamonds. Jared pairs his queen. Skyler pairs his 8. Another diamond on the turn. Jared will bet 8,000. It's good enough for Skyler to call. And Robin gets out of the hand and folds. 10 on the river gives Jared the check mark. Jared checks. Let's see if Skyler can make a sizing here, a bet good enough to get Jared off of his top pair. Ooh, 20,000 is the bet from Skyler. Is top pair good enough? Jared makes the call. And he will see the good news that he does have the best hands. Skyler Sand getting chunked there. He's down to 103,000 in chips. He's going to need to start making some good plays here. Get back up to where he originally started, over 200,000 in chips. Once again, there is your chip count. Jared Strode up top with nearly 300K. Jesse, Josh, and Nathan. I mean, again, we're not in that all-in or nothing stage of the game. I'd say once you're getting under 50, 60,000 is when an all-in is very reasonable. Austin will make the call. Robin will raise to 13,000. So pocket nines and ace deuce suited. Flop comes queen, 5, jack, 2 spades. Austin will bet 10,000. 2 overs on the board, and Robin doesn't like his pocket nines, his favorite hand.
grade.
Definitely should have had another Celsius today. We are feeling a little tired. Skylar will bet, looks like 9,000. Jared will fold. Jesse folds as well. And Austin folds, so Skylar will win a hand here. Perhaps the start of the climb that he very so desperately needs, especially knowing he started with that over 200,000 in chips. Yeah, Jesse, 17 bigs, but the way this tournament is going, he's going to need to start pushing. We do bag and tag in 2 hours and 47 minutes, 37 minutes. Fold around to Robin. Jared folds. Austin called out of the small blind for 2,000 more, and Josh is going to raise it up to 15,000. And Austin folds. Little heartbreaker earlier today, a couple hours ago, with the Wild losing in overtime to the Vegas Knights. I know plenty of you are probably fairly bummed about that, but you do realize we're talking about a Minnesota sports team here, so are you really surprised?
Still walking around and walking laps. Always got a big ass grin on
Stephen Robin fold. Jared will raise to 8,000. $4K to call for Skylar in the big blind. And he will make the call. So it'll be 2 players to a flop. Skylar versus Jared, King 10 for 6-5. Flop comes 4, 9, 8, 2 diamonds. Skylar will check. Jared will also check. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Skylar now has 15 outs. Skylar bets 12,000. And Jared will fold. Nice bet there from Skylar. I'd like to think Skyler calculated that he had a, not that he knew that he was behind, well, I'm sure he knew he was behind, but knowing there was a lot of cards that would improve his hand, that was a good place to bet just in case Jared did call. He wasn't completely dead in the water.
I don't know. After that break, kind of lost count. I can't see that info on that screen. But I can't see that. But button on the second. 2, 4, 4, 4.
It'll be almost midnight.
Steve Bellin there, top left, pocket sixes. 4,000 to call. Looks like he will raise it to 9,000. Robin folds. Now Josh Jordan also with pocket sixes. So interesting how players can have the same hand and they play. Obviously, it has a lot to do with positioning and whatnot, but now if we saw a 6 on the flop, we would be in trouble. We'd have a defective deck, but we did a check on that before. So Nathan will also call. 7-5-8. Wow. Open enders for both Steve and Josh. Nathan checks. Steve will bet 12,000. And Josh makes the call. Both chasing that open ender. Nathan does have a gut shot. A 9 would be absolutely devastating to both of these guys, but either you're in or you're out at this point because Nathan shoves all in for 83,000. Nathan probably thinking, I've got 2 overs to the board, low cards on the flop. There's no way these guys have a piece of this. I'm going to shove right now. Nathan representing a very strong hand, perhaps type of hand that doesn't need that board to go all in. Maybe projecting trips. Maybe 9-10 would be in his wheelhouse. Nathan was in the big blind. Steve calculating whether or not maybe he's got a flush draw, and too many things to check on, and Josh is going to make the call. So pocket sixes versus king 10. Pocket sixes in the lead. Josh is going to need to fade a king or a 10. There are 5 outs available to him in the deck. Turn is a 10. Josh now behind, 21% favorite to win the hand, 79% favorite to lose the hand. And the river is a 7, and Josh Jordan is going to be eliminated by Nathan Kiefert after spiking a 10 on the turn after being behind. Steve Belland extremely happy he did not call. Otherwise, Nathan would have been tripled up. Nathan now over 200,000 in chips. So we are 7-handed here. I would imagine we might be getting another player very soon. 53 players remain. We do bag and tag at 11 p.m. Registration, believe it or not, is still open till 9:30. By the time you see it and hear it, you'll have under an hour to get out here, get registered for this tournament. Over $20,000 prize pool. We are at Hagge's Bar and Grill in Mapelton, North Dakota, just down the road from Fargo. Jared Strode will raise to 8,000 with King 10. Skyler will dance with that with his ace-jack offsuit. Now Nathan running into a good string of cards here. Pocket tens. Probably see a raise. Yeah. Raise to 42,000. Nathan really trying to capitalize on this good run of cards. You know, these days get so long, or you could be card dead for hours, that when you finally do catch a string of cards, you really need to capitalize. Jesse Hadeland, certainly an example there. It's really hard to play poker when you don't have good hands and can't really flex your poker prowess if you're not getting those cards. See, folds around, Nathan scoops up another pot. There we are. A little bit of wildlife here, a little safari we got going on here at Hagge's. One of, I think, 3 fish tanks in the bar.
You guys got all the chips you got to take.
Play it as you get it.
Through all you guys.
Pretty sure there's a fish tank right when you walk in. There's one over by the blackjack table. One in the middle of the bar, and then another one just off the side of our set. So
6 raises to 16,000.
Austin now with pocket queens raises to 16,000. We'll see if anyone else has good enough hands to call. No. All right. We'll have a new player coming in next hand. We'll get to him in just a bit. Jesse folds, Austin folds. Fold around to Steve. Ace Jack offsuit.
I was gonna put him in C3, but the blinds went too quick. Can you tell him in the headset, because of the blinds, he needs to be in C7?
What to do here, Steve?
people are wanting that
Right
seats
now you're
coming
getting
in,
one.
but they want to put them into seat 7 instead. So
I didn't realize the blind didn't have
it's the
slots.
same player, but it's going into 7.
Oh nope, send them back. We don't want them.
How much? Okay, where we at? 540.
Looks like our new player will actually be coming into seat 7. All right, so Steve raises to 15,000. Jared 11K to call with Queen 7 suited.
People are shoving stuff.
How much about 254?
254. 254? Oh my god. That must have been okay.
And he will make the call.
Yeah, but I didn't win it. Couple I should have called.
Flop comes at 6-10-10. Steve in the lead. Jared checks, Steve checks. 8 on the turn. Jared has quarter of the deck more than with outs. But we will see a check from both players. River is an 8 on a double paired board. There's no way we see this river and not see a bet at this point in the hand. Both players could be sensing weakness from the other. Jared maybe thinks his queen high is the best. Jared bets and Steve snap calls. So 16,000 more into Steve's chip stack, and Steve is now up over 100,000, just 16,000 more than he started with today.
Snap call that, Steve?
Oh yeah.
That was quick.
He almost beat him in
That's what I mean.
Ace is the nuts there. I thought you might snap it. He had ace higher.
Got to imagine with how familiar so many of these players are and how much poker they've played in North Dakota and MSPT and Rough Rider and all the tours in the area, that it's got to be fun to go against so many friends of yours.
Attention players. This level will end in 1 minute.
Shoot the targets.
So Pha Trong coming in with 254,000, sitting at seat 7. And then seat 3, we'll have another sizable chip stack. Jackson Skyerseth, next hand, will be coming to the table with 268,000.
Attention players. The blinds have changed. The small blind is 3,000 and the big
4
blind
on
is
the river
5,000.
gives Steve the check
The
mark.
entry is 5,000.
And blinds just went up to 3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante. So now Jackson, Skyer, Seth, once again sitting at the table, 268,000. It's correct. Seth. Yep. All right, got our two new players at the table. Pha, another very strong poker player. So Jackson will be coming to the table as the chip leader. Pha will be coming as the second biggest chip stack. There's two new big dogs in town, Jared. Sorry, step aside. Pha will raise to 12,000. Jesse just miserable. Austin will make the call. And we will be 2 to the flop. So blinds 3,000, 5,000 with the 5,000 big blind ante. Austin hits a jack on the flop. We'll bet 20,000.
Dirty jokes on there, Randy?
No.
Huh? You're a banana joke.
They're talking about what I said.
I want to give a shout out to Jeremy Hines. Yeah, dang, we are missing Jeremy. He is usually at all the DPT events. Definitely missing a good chunk of dedicated poker players. So a little bit of a bummer. I think planting season is upon us. So if any of our poker players were farmers, that might be a reason why they're not here. Austin and Pha will be in a hand again together. Pha will bet 15,000. Putting Austin in a tight spot, kind of flip-flopping positions from the last hand. Austin with top middle pair. Pha with the flush draw. And he'll get Austin to fold his pocket eights. Looks like we might be slightly competing with the Poker Spring Championship Series down at Canterbury Park. That's running through May 4th. Thinking that's where another chunk of our typical usual suspects might be at this point.
I don't think it would make a difference to work. Right, yeah, I wouldn't expect, but there's no reason they shouldn't be able to.
Stick with that story, right? 9 fold?
Robin Steen reaching for chips with pocket fours, raised to 20,000. Jesse, I think all you could do is go all in. I mean, there's no raise, there's no calling, especially as hand dead as he's been, card dead. It's a little bit of frustration and just it's time to go all in. If today's not my day, let's end it now. So Robin Steen, just 29,000 more to call. Looks like he's got chips in his hand, and he will make the call. So Jesse Hadeland, tournament life at risk. Ace King versus pocket fours. A queen, king, four. Oh, a four. Robin, trip fours. Jesse just crushed. Today is not the day for Jesse Hadeland. Check mark for Robin. And Jesse will be eliminated from the Dakota Poker Tour Spring Championship out at Hagge's Bar and Grill. Very strong player now leaving the tournament, but if you want to play poker this weekend and you can't get into today's event, we've got Sunday Funday Turbo coming up tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. $100 buy-in, 15,000 starting stack, 20-minute blinds. Don't forget, $20 raffle tickets on sale from West Fargo Rural Fire Department. That is our sponsoring charity today or this weekend. First place prize, if you are picked, $12,000 Vegas package paid in cash. We also have another runner-up prize of $1,000, 8 $500 prizes, 10 $200 prizes, and 9 guns. You can either take the gun or get the value of that gun in a gift card and redeem that at Shields. Tickets are still on sale through tomorrow. Drawing will be held at 7 p.m. tomorrow. Do not need to be present to win. If you can't make it out to Hagge's to purchase a raffle ticket, you can head on over to the Silver Dollar in West Fargo. Purchase them from the charity there. Six tables strong here tonight. Chase Lardy still in attendance. Brian Tweed is out there. Brad Posh. Max Bechtel. Caden. Looks like Mark Duffner's still out there. Brandon Schmidt is still out there. Wade Kaiser still in the field. Oh, it looks like Caden just got knocked out. Oh, Tony Euler's still out there. Craig Thompson still in the field. And a whole number of other players, usual suspects out here at poker tournaments that I cannot name right now, blanking on them. Jared Strode, Pocket Queens. I was just walking around, not even watching the live stream. My apologies. Got a little bit of a hand here. Jared bets 12,000. And Steve will lay it down.
Tough to lie at this table.
Skylar will raise to 10,000. Dennis Sneed, that's the player I was trying to think of. So Skylar will pair his aces on the board. Nathan does need a 6 for the straight. Robin's holding 2 of them. So we'll see check, check, and Nathan will bet 15,000. Skylar disguising the strength of his hand.
I don't think I want to sit in this chair.
1, 2, 3. It was like 420 something.
Okay, thank
And that looks like a call.
you. Good to be here.
And another 7 on the turn will give Skylar the check mark. Skylar will check again. Nathan now checks. Ace on the river will give Skylar the boat. Let's see, you can only check so many times. He's gonna have to definitely get some chips in the middle. What sizing though?
Okay. Yeah. To you. I'm guessing.
30,000 is the bet. And a fold from Nathan. Coming into seat 5, Eric Kimball. Massive chip stack, 423,000. Quote unquote massive. He's quadrupled his starting stack. Remember, starting stacks were 100,000. He'll fold around to Steve Belland. He'll fold as well, 7-3. Robin will make the call. And Jackson, Sky, or Seth in the big blind with a hand slightly better than Robin's, 9-5 offsuit. He's going to raise it up to 20,000. And a fold from Robin. And Jackson will steal that small blind from Robin. So there's your updated chip count. Should be mostly accurate. No one's under that 100K threshold. Blinds are still 3,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante. It costs 13,000 in chips to finance one orbit around the table. Every player we've added to our feature table has come in with, one sec. It's come in with as the chip leader. So we can certainly see the damage that our original 9 has not done to the rest of the field. If we have all these larger chip stacks on the other tables, Fa raises to 13,000. Steve, big slick in the cutoff. Looks like a raise to 33,000. Robin will lay down ace queen, sensing it's no good anymore. And now Fa needs to, he's in a tough position. 20K to call. And not sure. Probably gonna see a fold here. And he will fold his ace-9. Nice strong play from Steve. Steve, one of the shorter stacks at the table, now up to 140,000 in chips. Sitting to his left, Robin Steen. Short stack at the table. Eighty-four total players in the field. Steve Bellin now, pocket aces, my goodness. Skylar raises to 10,000. Nathan calls with big slick, and now Steve. See if he will not slow his roll. Looks like another raise to 33,000. See if Skylar or Nathan are afraid to call this gigantic raise from Steve. Skylar folds. How do you play aces? Do you raise pre-flop, show strength in your hand? Do you just call any raises or just call big blind? Do you do a closer to a min raise? Oh wow, gets a call from Nathan. Not good for him. Steve, big time favorite to win the hand. 4 Jack 8 on the flop. Nathan checks. His pot's already swelling to 89K. Hiccup. Looks like Steve maybe bets another 33,000. No, 57,000. And Nathan will fold. So you want to know how to play aces? Talk to Steve Belland. Plays them aggressively. Least likely to get cracked. Trying to play coy. Mask the strength of your hand. And at the end of the day, aces is just another winning hand at times. Better to win a hand than to get sucked out on and whatnot. Skylar Sand now with pocket tens. Raised to 10,000. Steve Bellin, King Jack offsuit. Steve nearing that 200K in chips mark. Skylar with the slow climb. Steve will make the call. And a call from Eric Kimball in the small blind. Austin will call as well. 9-3 suited. Flop comes at 6-5 deuce 3 hearts. Steve Bellin with the flush draw. Check around as Steve might give the green light to him to bet. Steve will also check. Why not see a free card? 8 of diamonds on the turn. Eric checks. Austin will bet 10,000. Skylar with the best hand. Pocket tens, but Steve, best percentage to win with that flush draw. Skylar raises to 20,000. Steve, very disciplined, very well. Probably won't be chasing this flush draw. especially at that price. In my mind, if I was playing 20K, why not? Let's just call, see what happens, take the risk. But in Steve's mind, he says, too much to risk, I fold. Austin will fold as well, and Skylar Sand will pick up a nice size pot there. Once again, you're watching the DPT Spring Championship out at Hagge's Bar and Grill in Mapelton, North Dakota. And if you are watching this, you are watching on YouTube. There's no other place to watch. Please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It's free. And you can be notified of all future live streams we do. Announcements, other types of videos, hype videos. Raises to 11,000 from Steve, and Robin will 3-bet 38K pocket kings. Probably a little too rich for pocket sixes with Eric Kimball. He will fold. Austin will fold, and let's see what Pha has in the big blind. Jack 4. He will fold. So 27K to call for Steve Belland. Steve will fold, and Robin shows the kings. Robin's one of those players that likes to show his hand fairly often. Did that with pocket nines, which in all fairness, it is his favorite hand. Robin Steen, a retired CEO at an elevator, 48 years. So, sure they thank you for your commitment to the job, and congratulations to Robin on retirement, no matter how long ago that was. Fun fact about Robin as well, I don't know what this means. He worked with his wife, Faye, in quotes, for 35 years. So who knows what that means? I hope he's not admitting to having a mistress on the side for all those years. A raise pot for Nathan will score him the dub. $20 raffle tickets on sale through West Fargo Rural Fire Department. $12,000 Vegas package plus multiple other cash prizes. Registration's open for 30 minutes more. If you're hearing this, by the time you're hearing this, you have 10 minutes. But if you want to play poker tomorrow, Sunday Funday Turbo event, starting at 1 o'clock tomorrow, $100 buy-in, 20-minute blind levels. Come on out to Hagge's, win some cash. Chase Lardy's still in the field. So the points race is still very much alive. I believe if Chase would cash in this tournament, he would be the DPT Player of the Year. Eight minutes left on this blind level. Eric Kimball raises to 15,000. Ace King, Austin will call. Steve Bellin just 10K more with 7-5 suited. I could see making a call here, trying to be a little sneaky. It's not always good to just always play the premium hands if and when those less than stellar hands hit. You can really get paid off them. And Steve will make the call. Flop comes 9-3-7. Steve does pair his sevens. Steve checks. Eric will bet 27,000. Austin folds. Steve, middle pair. Will you call 27,000? And Steve does make the fold. Wow. Eric Kimball with a great bet there. Ends up taking home the pot. There he is. Eric's up to 441,000. Sometimes it's tough to dance with the real big stack at the table. So Austin, Robin, and Nathan, and Steve, I guess, all the shorter stacks at the table. Four minutes left on the blind level. You can see that there, sneaking into the corner of that screen. Jackson will be first to act, and he'll fold his pocket fours. Eric Kimball with pocket threes will fold as well. Pho with pocket kings, baby. Nathan folds over to Steve. Steve oftentimes looks away from the table, and I often am wondering if he doesn't realize it's his hand, but it's very much a part of his routine in analyzing a hand, a raise, what he should do. So Pho with a very strong hand. And he'll fold, so Robin will show his two. Once again, Robin exposing part of his hand. He likes to do that from time to time.
We'll find out sooner or later anyway, so.
I thank all 34 of you guys watching on YouTube. If one of you guys aren't subscribed, do that right now. Another reminder, $20 raffle tickets are on sale from the West Fargo Rural Fire Department. $12,000 first place prize. Second place gets $1,000. And fuck, pocket kings, now pocket aces? Are you kidding me? Same betting line though, just raised to 15,000. And Steve now with pocket jacks. Is he gonna raise here? Thing I've always admired about Steve's poker plays, it's very consistent in timing and doesn't rush decisions, if at all. It's very methodical and intentional with his poker play. Oh boy, flop comes Jack, Queen, 8. 50,000. Quickly bets 50,000.
Attention players. This level will end in 1 minute. After that, a 15-minute break.
This would be Jackson Skyerseth's poker term he wished more people understood. Steve Bellin does not have trips. He has, in fact, made a set. Trips is formed when 2 of the 3 matching cards come from the community cards. Steve is not all in. This is another thing Steve does very often. He'll make a huge raise and leave him with a couple chips left over just in case. Give himself that chip in a chair. And then Pho raised, and now Steve will just make the call. So, and it's a 1-outer. An ace has been taken up from other hands on the deck. Pho needs it 1 card and 1 card only. Steve wants to fade that 1 ace left in the deck to stay alive. Will he do it, or will he double up off of Pho? 8 on the river. Steve Bellin will double up 317,000 in his chip stack. This is a player you do not want a large chip stack from. And I think with that, is it break time? With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break. Just as we thought we wanted to. All right. See you all very soon. Hello, everybody. We are back for some more poker action. DPT live at Hagge's Bar and Grill in Mapelton, North Dakota. My name is Brian Peck. Happy to have you all join. Starting with action on Eric. And Nathan Kiefert with pocket threes in the hijack. He's gonna we just found out and realized it is impossible for me to do the graphics and commentate. Otherwise, Randy, our dealer, will hear everything I say, and he will get infinitely confused. So, that no longer can be a thing. "41 players remain. We're just a few eliminations away from going down to a fourth table. Steve Bellin, ace-10 suit, offsuit, will raise to 16,000. And action will be on Jackson Skyer. Seth, it's been fairly quiet as of late, luckily. Has a larger chip stack to be able to kind of grind his way into when he does catch a good run of cards. And Jackson will actually raise it up to 50,000. See, folds around to everyone, and Jackson Skyer Seth right there. There's a little smile. He's happy to be scooping in some chips. Said 41 players remain. We will be restarting again tomorrow at noon. Once it hits 11 p.m. Central Standard Time, we will be bagging, tagging, and that's when we will be restarting tomorrow, is at that time. Fuff holds. I think we're over on to Steve. And Steve will raise it up to 13,000. Robin, pocket queens, is going to raise it up to 31,000. 41,000? 40, 36 make it. How about that? Jared Strode, the ace-king suited. Great starting hand, but is it worth 36,000? I guess we'll find out. Jared Strode, 243,000 in his chip stack. This would be about an eighth of the chips in front of him. And a 4-bet to 80,000. Holy cow. We are getting aggressive here today. I don't think Steve's going to be calling anytime soon. He'll fold. And Robin's going to go all in. And a call from Jared. Flop comes 10-3 king. Jared Strode pairs his kings. Robinstein, his tournament life is at stake here. 6 on the turn. And an ace on the river will give Jared Strode the dub and the elimination on Robinstein. Oh no. Bummer to go out, although Robin's second place. Second place at Cactus Jack's Open last couple weeks ago. There, he's gonna go tell Dana all about it. Let's see what else we got going on. Can we get another shot? No. Give you a little shot of some other things. Some of the fun decorations here at Hagge's Bar and Grill that you can look forward to. It's got the Blues Brothers up top. Pretty good stuff. And registration is officially closed. Steve will open up the raise to 15,000. Jackson folds on to Jared. And Jared will call. So Eric also calls. Austin calls. And now action's on Pha, who also calls. We are 5-handed to a flop. This is what we're going to do. Super source, because everyone's in the hand, basically. 7 ace-ace Steve Belland with trip aces. Austin's first act, we see check, check. Check from Steve, disguising the strength of his hand. No one wants to make a stab at it. Perhaps Eric will, and in fact he will. 30,000. And now action is over there on Steve. He'll make the call. Easy call. Six of clubs on the turn. Kimball will bet again. 40,000. This is Steve just absolutely licking his chops. He is happy to come along. And a queen on the river. Eric finally slows down. He'll check. And he realizes what he was betting into. Steve Belland scooping in a pot worth 221,000. Steve Belland now over 400,000 in chips.
Facebook.
Running into a fantastic run of cards here.
We are down to 4.5 tables.
I want to thank Randy being our superstar dealer. Always crushing it for us. And away we go. Nathan Kiefert, Queen Jack unsuited. Fold over to Jared. Look down at Jack 7 offsuit. Folds to Eric. Probably good enough to bet. Raise to 16,000. Fa will call. Now it's on to Skylar, who will also make the call. Flop comes 7, 5, 6, 7. Eric kind of gets a straight draw. It'll be a gut shot. Fuzz gonna raise all in. Fo at one point had a massive chip stack, just down to 63,000 now. And Eric will fold as well, so Fa will scoop up a much needed pot. Getting up over, back up over 116,000. That pocket aces versus Steve Belland's trip jacks really put a dent in his chip stack. Very, very unfortunate. But as a good friend of mine once said, way she goes, bud. Way she goes. Eric Kimball to call. And he will raise it to 16,000. And no one bites, so Eric Kimball will scoop up that pot. Again, we got some pretty cool raffle tickets on sale through the West Fargo Rural Fire Department. You can still buy into those, and you cannot buy into this tournament anymore. Registration has officially closed. But those raffle tickets, $20 a piece. If you can make it out here to Hagge's, buy as many as you'd like. Or if you're in Fargo or West Fargo, head on over to the Silver Dollar. And you can purchase them there. $12,000 to the #1 ticket pulled. $1,000 for second. Host of $500 prizes. The 9 guns available too. Don't have to do the gun. You can take the associated value as a gift card to Shields. Nathan will raise to 18,000. Fold, and Nathan Kiefert will scoop in the pot. Skylar Sand with pocket eights will raise to 20,000. $14K to call to Pho. Just realized why we can't have Eric Kimball in this shot as opposed to this shot, because graphics completely cover up his face. That is not ideal. Eric Kimball folds. Steve, 10-8 on the button, will raise to 16,000. Get a fold from Jackson. And a call from Jared. Flop comes 5-6 Jack, 2 clubs. Jared checks. Steve bets 20,000. Jared with the flush draw. He will make the call. Ace on the turn. Jared Strode checks again, perhaps for pot control. Two big stacks going at it, well over 300,000 in chips. Whoever wins this pot will be up over 400,000. Steve checks as well. Your flop is an ace of clubs. Jared does hit the flush. Jared bets 25,000. Steve looking at absolute air. He will fold. So Jared Strode up to 423,000 in chips. Dangerous person to have. A big stack in front of him. I believe he won Buffalo City Showdown a couple of years ago. Skylar Sand looking down at pocket tens. He'll raise it up. Looks to be 12,000. Fold around to Eric Kimball. In the big blind, just 6,000 more to call. 8-6 suited. Steve Bellinda also calls. 3 players to the flop. Flop comes 5, queen, 6. Eric does pair his 6s, but Skylar does have middle pair with 10s. Check around. King on the turn. Steve Bellin now in the lead with his paired kings. Eric checks. Skylar's gonna bet. Looks like 15 or 20,000. 15,000. Steve quickly calls. Turn is a 3. Steve has 2 pair now. Steve will bet 20K. Eric Kimball has an absolute, well, he's got the pair of 6s, but really sitting on this call. Eric will finally fold. Skylar, does he pay the man his money? Skylar Sands sitting in the think tank for quite some time. Are his 10s no longer good? Steve hitting runner for the check mark on this hand. Skylar getting some table talk in. Trying to eye down Steve, look through his stoic gaze, and he will pay him. disgusted. Skylar's disgusted. It could have cost him a lot more. So silver lining, but Steve Belland, great bet. I think that's what you might call a value bet, ladies and gentlemen.
Got them all fooled, Steve. I don't know which way to look.
The old razzle dazzle.
Right?
Nathan Kiefert with pocket fours will raise to 17,000. Jared Strode on the button will make the call. Eric will fold. So we're 2 players to a flop. Flop comes 6-8 king. Jared has a little bit of a straight draw. Be a gut shot though. My goodness, you walk away for a second to get some pop. Nathan Kiefert gets trip fours. It's gonna win. It's been quiet as of late, so Nathan's probably happy to scoop in some pots. Oh my goodness, we need caffeine up here. Slowing down. It's not even a long night. Nathan raises to 17,000 now. Perhaps we'll see a repeat of last hand. Jared calls. He'll come along. Eric Kimball will call as well. Austin folds and Foul will fold. So we'll be 3 ways to a flop. Nathan bets 30,000. With ace deuce, but Jared Strode 2-pair ace 4.
She'll be so happy. Her favorite podcast.
8 on the turn. Gives Nathan a flush draw. Jared still in the lead with 2 pair.
Under the.
Nathan checks.
Yeah, there's a magic eraser with a white art under the table.
Jared just wondering how much should I do? Jared bets 40,000. Nathan calls. Jared first act again. Oh, Nathan checks. Jared, again, how much? Flush missed. There's a straight draw out there, but doesn't make sense to have 2-5. Jared's gonna shove all in. Nathan wondering, what did I get myself into here? He's gonna lay it down. Jared Strode. He's a man, everybody. He is a man. Here's our chip count there. Jared Strode eclipses the 500,000 in chips mark. Fun, Austin are definitely getting to a point where, especially considering the other chip stacks at the table, it's going to be all in or nothing real soon. Steve Bellin, ace deuce suited. We'll just call. Eric Kimball, pocket tens. All right, prize pool just in. First place prize for our MEGASTACK 100K Spring Championship, $6,300 up top. Looks like we're paying down 10 places. So 4 players to a flop. Skylar and Steve both called 6-4-3. I'd say Steve caught the best piece of that in terms of draws. Steve checks. Eric will bet 27,000 with his pocket tens. Actions on Skylar. Would need a 5 for the higher straight. Steve also would like a 5 for the 6 high straight. But tournaments weren't won on draws. It's won on made hands. Steve shows a deuce and folds. Eric Kimball scoop in a pot here. He's at 350,000. Oh, looks like Cindy's in the action now. She, one of our beloved dealers, she's playing. Craig Thompson still in there. Tony Euler, Chase Lardy keeping the dream alive. Wade Kaiser, Brian Tweed, Max Bechdahl still out there. Dennis Sneed. Mark Aylander still out there. Brad Pausch still out there. The Duff is still out there. Mark Duffner. Don't think I see Robert Urbach in the field anymore. Likely has been eliminated. So 4 tables total here for the Spring Championship. Remember, 11 p.m. tonight, we bag and tag. Restart tomorrow at noon. That whole time I was over there, wasn't coming through, was it? Okay. Golly. Muted myself at some point in the last minute. But once again, we bag and tag at 11 p.m. Restart at noon. It is to be determined if we start the stream right at noon or if we get down to 2 tables, currently 4 tables. If we start at 3, I'm not really sure. But you can look forward to a ending of this tournament live streamed. Now coming into seat 2, we have Todd Egerdahl, or Egerdahl, from Fargo, 242,000 starting stack. He's a journeyman plasterer, plastering it up. There he is. There's good old Todd. Let's see where Todd stands in this seems to be Todd's first tournament played with DPT since the windbreak. No, since last year, September 28th here at Hagge's. Played at the Speedway main event a couple years ago. So welcome back, Todd Eagerdahl, to the Dakota Poker Tour. You got yourself on stream. I'd ask you, how does it feel? And if I did, you wouldn't be able to respond because you're 25 or 30 feet away from me on the main level.
Oh, no, they had it already. He was asking about something. But 1, 2, 3.
There's still some raffle tickets on sale through the West Fargo Rural Fire Department, the sponsoring charity of this tournament. Raffle tickets are $20 a piece. There's our chip count. Jared Strode over $500,000 still. Austin dwindling down to 95K. He has been absolutely card dead for a long time. He's going to need to see some cards here pretty soon if he wants to keep his tournament hopes alive. For that top place prize, I think it was 6,200. $6,300. Eric Kimball, pocket sevens. Blinds are up 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante. Now, blinds are up high enough where things are getting interesting if you're under even 150,000. Eric raised to 22,000. Fold around and Eric Kimball will scoop in that pot.
Yeah.
And if you want to play some more poker tomorrow, didn't run deep in the MEGASTACK, ain't bagging and tagging, or you just want to play, you can only play tomorrow. Come to the Sunday Funday Turbo tomorrow. Starts at 1 o'clock. $100 buy-in. I'm sure $100 add-ons, maybe $50 add-ons. I'm not sure. Eric Kimball first to act will fold. Austin will raise to 20,000. Fold around to Nathan Kiefert. He is all in. Brutal if you're Austin. The one time you raise, you get jammed on. And not just any kind of raise. He raised 20,000. That was 20% of his chip stack. I mean, are you pot committed or 75,000? You have less than 10 big blinds. Nathan Kiefert with that sense of urgency. Perhaps if Austin shoves first, Nathan would call that. Austin's going to lick his wounds and fold. So you try to make a play. You're card dead for at least an hour. Try to make a play. Raise 20,000, and then you have to end up folding. Now you're down to just 75,000. Unbelievable. Next good hand Austin gets, he's going to need to shove all in. Austin's favorite poker player used to just sit next to him. It's Josh Jordan. Austin again raises to 20,000, which I don't really get at this point. It's kind of just, if you're going to raise for quarter of your stack, you might as well just go all in. You got massive chip stacks at the table where $75,000 all in is not that much to call. 75K in chips. I think I said $75,000. So Austin will scoop up much needed blinds and antes. Does cost $20K to finance a trip around the table. Austin's looking at just 4 orbits until he may meet his end here on our feature table coverage. We've got just 45 minutes left until we bag and tag for day 2 of this 100K MEGASTACK DPT Spring Championship.
I was. Did I finish No, I put it there.
First place, $6,300 once again. Skylar Sand, 100K in chips. It's kind of an all in or nothing situation at this point. And he does just that. Nathan Kiefert now, ace queen suited. He very well might go all in behind him, but is that smart? I don't know. It's kind of easy. Yeah, he's all in too. Easy fold for Steve. Todd, pocket tens, are you kidding me? Yeah, let him duke it out. Someone's getting eliminated or doubling up, essentially, on this hand. Eric Kimball folds. Now Austin, just 79K, he's gonna fold as well. Maybe someone will get eliminated before me, he says. All right, Skylar Sands, ace king versus Nathan Kiefert's ace queen suited. Ace king at risk, but very much so in head. King in the window? King in the window, 3 spades, and Skylar has the only spade in his hand. Queen on the turn, needs to fade a jack or a queen. Jack would chop the pot. Queen would lose it for Skylar. It's a 1-outer for the win, and it's a 4 on the river. Skylar Sand will double up through Nathan Kiefert, leaving Nathan with just 55,000 in chips. Not the end of the line for Nathan, but he's now still at an all-in or nothing situation. Austin and Nathan are on the chopping block next. Fudd not far behind them. Fuzz in the big blind, so he's gonna be paying 16K out of that 110K. Todd Egerdahl. Ace 4 suited. He's gonna raise it up to 22,000. Fuh is gonna go all in here. Ace 7. Todd with 204,000 in his chip stack, 80,000 more to call. He does throw the chip in, does make the call. Fuzz ecstatic to have the higher kicker, but only a 56% favorite to win the hand. It's probably due to Todd's 2 spades. We'll see what the flop has in store for them. 10, 8, 6. 68% chance to win now. Todd's gonna want to see another spade. Deuce. Fuzz chances are much better, but Todd has 7 outs. Any 2, 6, or 4, and the river is a 3. Fubb will double up. Much needed through Todd Egerdahl of Fargo. Fuzz staying alive. Another player down out there in the field. 33 players remain for our DPT Spring Championship out here at Hagge's Bar and Grill in Mapelton, North Dakota. Sponsoring charity, West Fargo Rural Fire Department.
Oh, I can feel it once I start shuffling.
Nathan Kiefert looking down at Jack King offsuit. And he'll shove all in for just 55,000 more. Steve Bellin going to look down at pocket eights. He's got 423,000 in his chip stack. Likely see a call here. And he does make the call. Fold around and Skylar, ace queen, just 55,000 more. Skylar getting a gaze at Steve's chip stack. Perhaps contemplating a raise here. And he will shove all in. This is absolutely big ball territory. Got a huge hand brewing. This will put Steve in the think tank for a little bit. If he's all in for 212, leaves Steve with 156 remaining should he lose this hand. If I know Steve, I don't think he's gonna call with pocket eights. Knows he might be behind or not looking so good. So, all right, so Steve does fold. It's Skylar Sands ace queen versus Nathan Kiefert's king jack. And your flop is 7-4 ace. Skylar pairs his ace. Great fold by Steve. 3% favorite for Nathan to win. And there's the check mark for Skylar. Skylar Sand eliminating Nathan Kiefert in 32nd place, 33rd place maybe.
I was trying to push him over in the stacks, but fumble fingers didn't touch it.
Nice showing for Nathan, but get down this far in a tournament and you're gonna have a bunch of heavy hitters surrounding you at the tables
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
that you have to navigate your way through.
No, that's a no. Button is 7, 8, 1, 4, 8, 8 on the ground. 2 is on the jump. Looking at 22 minutes left in the final.
Action will start here with Todd Egerdahl. He'll fold. Full round to Steve in the big blind, 13K to call after a raised pot from Eric Kimball to 21,000. $36 till we bag and tag for day 2. Still at 4 tables. 32 players remaining. Got a call from Steve. 7-8-4 is the flop. Steve top pair, check, check. Queen on the turn. Steve will bet 11,000. Eric will call. Jack on the river gives Steve the check mark. Steve bets 15,000. And Eric will fold. Steve Belland up over 400K in chips now. There's your chip count. Jared Strode sitting comfortably up top at 502,000. Austin just staying alive barely. 75,000 in chips. Todd Egerdahl sitting there in seat 2. Nearing that all in or nothing type of situation. Like to see him, you know, like to see a new player to the stream. At least make some kind of plays and get a chance to actually watch them all play poker. It's happened too many times. You get a new player to the table, they're short stacked, first time on stream, and they have to go all in and bust on the very first hand. Jared Strode will bet or raise it to 18,000. Actions on Skylar Sand. He'll make the call. Both Steve and Todd will fold. Will be 2 ways to a flop on a raised pot pre-flop. Flop comes 5, deuce, 4. Looks like 22,000 is the bet from Jared and a quick fold from Skylar. Still see Chase Lardy down there. Craig Thompson might be getting eliminated now, or he's just hanging out. Tony Euler's still out there. No, Craig's got chips in front of him. Cindy's out there. Wade Kaiser. Dennis Sneed still there. Brad Posh still out there. Brian Tweed, Max Bechtel. The Duff is still out there. And as I come back to the TV, we got Todd Eagerdahl with Pocket Jacks going all in for 108. Be over half of Fuzz chips if he should call. And he does make the call. Pocket Jacks versus Ace 9. Todd Eagerdahl at risk. Fuh at risk of doubling up Todd Eagerdahl. Flop comes 4-9-7. Fuh does pairs 9. Step 1 needs to hit the board, needs to hit it again. Ace or a 9. Another 7 improves Todd 1 card to fade, 5 cards to fade rather, and the river is a deuce. Todd Eagerdahl will double up through Fuh. Now putting Fuh in the position of all in or nothing. I think we got about just under 20 minutes left on this blind level. I don't know if we bag and tag at the end of a level or if it's just whenever 11 o'clock hits, but we have exactly 30 minutes until our stream ends here tonight. So 15 minutes left on the blind level. It would be weird to, I think, to stop at mid-level. Be weird to. Sure, in the back of all these players' minds, it's not often you can bag and tag at any tournaments. They're generally one-day tournaments, so it seems to be, it feels like a huge accomplishment to say I made it to day 2. I got a bag into day 2. Get to go home, get some much-needed rest, come back refreshed. Try to win this all. $6,300 to first place. Top 10 get paid.
A little bit more when you count it for 20.
Sure wouldn't mind a walk.
Fuzz from Moorhead is a banker.
I know you. I've been told. Yeah.
He's also a board game guru. Probably shares favorite poker player with me, Brad Owen. Big poker vlogger. Skylar now with pocket fours will fold. Those mid to low pocket pairs, I feel like I like them to play them because I want to try to hit a set. But I've learned through commentating that pocket deuces through like sevens is sometimes it's just a fold pre-flop depending on position. Jackson, in an attempt to steal the blinds and antes, does just that with a raise to 25,000. And it looks like a whole party bus has just showed up to the bar. Probably another good reason why we're bagging and tagging at 11 is can't really have loud music playing while we do this. Get flagged by YouTube for some copyright infringement. If we should just stream on Rumble. Rumble, the platform for the people, by the people, stands with the people. Jackson, 253,000 in his chip stack, sitting somewhat comfortably. He's going to raise it again to 25,000.
Cover them, they're going in.
Wasn't a fold right away by Austin. 59,000 in his chip stack. Just paid the big blind. That was 16,000. He's going to pay another 4,000 in the small blind next hand. Real unfortunate. Austin's just maybe trying to beg and tag for tomorrow. His time's running out, though. I mean, if you don't plan on being here tomorrow, or, I mean, you do, but you have such a small chip stack, wouldn't you rather just, I guess, bust now rather than come in tomorrow, get it in right away, and just sleep on it that tomorrow basically I have to go all in on one of the first few hands, try to double up from there. You almost want your fate to be sealed tonight. Try to get yourself a halfway decent bag for day two. Fold around to Eric Kimball. On the button, looks like he's going to make a call. If not a raise. He's going to try to steal that small blind from Austin. Big blind from Pho. But Pho's got Queen Jack. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. And he doesn't. He does make the call. Two ways to the flop. 7-4-7, Eric Kimball. Now I'm confused. Is it trips are formed when two of the three matching cards come from the board? Eric Kimball Trip sevens. Eric bets 26,000. Does Pho believe him? Oh no, he's reaching for chips. He doesn't believe Eric. And he does fold. Save some chips there. Eric Kimball up to 328,000. There's 7 minutes left on this blind level. Ends at about 11. There's a squiggly line. Not ends at 11. I don't think it's a hard stop. So 7 minutes until I believe we are done here tonight. "31 players remain in the tournament. We're almost down to 3 tables. Todd Egerdahl recently doubling up through Pho, looking down at Big Slick. Raises to 22,000. And Austin finally finds the hand to go all in on with Queen Jack suited, but he's running into a more dominant hand with Todd Egerdahl's Ace King. A true 50-50 flop though, the rare exact 50-50. It's probably because Austin's suited, has 2 live cards. Flop comes, oh, 8, King, Ace, Todd Egerdahl. Good news is Austin does have a 4 outer, needs a 10 and a 10 only to complete the straight. Everything but the 10. And it is a 7. Austin Christensen eliminated Todd Egerdahl, giving him the business. All smiles from Todd here. 30 players remain. There's our chip count. Fuzz next on the chopping block with just over 10 bigs, 94,000. Sure, when he looks around this table, he really wishes he had one of them chip stacks. Just about 5 minutes left for tonight. Can we get down to 3 tables? "29 players remain. 1 elimination, and we're down to 3 tables. Todd Egerdahl, another nice hand, Ace Queen. Again, raise it up to 22,000. A lot of these larger chip stacks, they're getting bad hands, but you don't want to get it yourself into a situation where you're all of a sudden in a very heated hand. You know, Eric Kimball folding it, Queen Jack there, not a bad hand at all. But the last thing you want is to be minutes away from bagging and tagging, and you go from 300,000 in your chip stack to 150 or busto. So 2 players with the same hand, Ace Queen. Steve's first to act though, often in these situations. The first to bet is the one to win the hand. Steve checks. Todd will check. 4 on the turn. Steve checks. Todd checks as well. And a king on the river. Quick check from Steve, I think. 12,000. Steve bets 12, Todd calls, and they have the same hand. It'll be a choppy chop. Probably just a couple minutes away from blind level being over. Then they can turn the music on in here and let the party people party. Oh, Dennis, I kept saying Dennis Sneed. It's Dennis Sieb will be joining us next hand with 146,000. We'll be adding 2 players to our table. Got Dennis Sieb in seat 6, 146,000, and seat 9 will be joining us Mike Schultz, 482,000. And I think now that we have a full table, that only means one thing, is we are down to 3 tables. 28 players remain. Started at 85 players today. I know I'm happy to have Dennis back on the stream. It's been a while. I don't know how long. And all the party buses come out here to Hagge's. If you're on a party bus, this is the place, one of the great runs you can do. Everyone always comes in some kind of a theme. Looks like little vacation vibes out there. I don't see a bride or a groom or anything like that, but
Attention players. The blinds have changed. The small blind is
blinds are up, and I'm willing to bet we will be pausing at this point. Todd and Jackson will maybe see our last hand of the night. We'll see check, check. 6 on the turn gives Jackson the check mark. But Todd will fire away for 11,000. Price is right for Jackson. River's a jack. 3 overs to his pair. Todd bets here. Jackson might not want to call. 32,000. This is probably one of the first big bluffs we've seen here today. And he gets Jackson to fold. Huge bluff from Todd. And a perfectly timed one as well. Looks like the blinds have gone up to 5,000, 10,000 with the 10,000 big blind ante. It sounds like and feels like we are going up until 11 p.m. So we got bonus poker right now, 12 more minutes, in fact. So even then, if you're a larger stack, it's really tough to get into any sort of big hand. Don't get yourself into a situation. Some of these players might just be folding almost no matter what, unless, you know, you're Todd and you get ace-king. Tomorrow you might not get cards. Todd will raise to 30,000. Might be more. Todd will steal the blinds and antes from Jackson and Jared. Watching the remaining 11 minutes for our DPT Spring Championship out here at Hagge's Bar and Grill in Mapelton, North Dakota. Top prize, $6,300. Players are going to be going for 11 hours today. Another few more tomorrow to finish up this main event. Also have a Sunday Funday $100 turbo event. So if you did not get your fill of poker, you can still come out and play, try to win some money. Fall will raise to 30,000. Skylar priced in for that amount. Michael fold, Steve folds. Todd and Jackson fold. So it'll be two ways to a flop. FUD 64K. Oh my. Skylar pairs his jacks. FUD has the flush draw. And yeah, it's time. 64,000. This would leave Skylar under 200K should he call. Really wouldn't blame Skylar for folding or calling here. Both make sense. Sit and think about it though. If I would raise to 30,000, is he sitting on ace king? Is he sitting on two diamonds, ace queen of diamonds? Sitting on a high pocket pair? Skylar giving Pho the side eyes. More side eyes. More side eyes. And he makes the lay down. At situations like these, you'd love to see a rabbit cam for the turn in the river, just to see. But don't fault Skylar for that. Runner-up of the Free Poker Network's National Championship just this last year, back in January. What was that promotion? Yeah, the Desert Dash for Cash, that's what it was. So Fug gets some much needed air in him. Had an image of a tire being blown up, as if Fug was kind of like a flat tire. Steve Bellin, pocket fives. Raise it up to 23,000. Steve will scoop in the much needed blinds and antes. I think I was muted there. Silly me. We're good. We're good. Just 6 minutes remain until we bag and tag. Mike Schultz will fold. Jackson now with pocket fives. Raise it up to 25,000. Now, if he just stuck that chip in there without verbally saying anything, looked at Randy the dealer and said raise, if he just stuck one chip in there, that would just be a call. It's the one chip call rule. No biters there, so Jackson will scoop in another pot. Love that graphic. Action will start with Mike Schultz looking down at ace-jack offsuit. Looks like he'll raise it up probably about 25, 30,000. Looks like we'll fold around. Mike Schultz will scoop in the blinds and antes. Ooh, Skylar says, I'll call. So he'll call with 9-7 offsuit. Nice little disguised hand here. 6 queen 9 hits the 9. Mike is going to continue the story that I have a hand. fire away for 25,000 this time. So it's a down bet. And he will make the call. Jack on the turn. Michael check now. Skylar checks 5 on the river. We'll see check, check, and Mike Schultz will be scooping in a very nice sized pot here. Skylar Sand just down to 197,000. Just a couple minutes remain. We'll do a Lardy check. Again, Chase Lardy. I think he's behind Justin Smith for Player of the Year points by about 2,200, and it looks like the Lardy party might have just knocked someone out. So Chase Lardy late regs into this tournament, and very well might find himself, he's got a lot of work to do, but might find himself as a Player of the Year if he cashes in like the top 3. Actually, Chase would need to cash 4th to tie Justin. Needs to take 3rd or better to take the outright lead and take home the Player of the Year. Now, if that happens, Justin could play in the Turbo tomorrow afternoon. And if Justin were to cash in that Turbo, he would retake that lead. So we'll kind of keep an eye on these scenarios. See how deep the Lardy party decides to stick around. Do some chip maintenance here. Jared Strode scoops in a pot. 2 big stacks at the table. $500,000 in chips each. There they are. Steve Bellin, 419. Dennis Pho on the chopping block. Skylar has a little bit of breathing room with the 192K. But lose a couple more pots and you're finding yourself into a sticky situation. Looks like Skylar raises it up to 22,000. Mike Schultz will make the call. Steve Bellin just 12K more out of the big blind.
No, I don't know. I can't see the clock. Give me a second. Oh, wait. Yes, last one.
Steve taking his time to assess the situation. Might also be somewhat of a stalling tactic, just to kind of like in soccer. Yeah, he'll just eventually fold. It's not worth it. 2 other players in the hand calling a raised pot, although it's only 12K more to call. Flop comes 5-7-5. And again, Mike and Skylar will duke it out. Check, check, 6 on the turn. This time Skylar will bet 35,000 and get a fold from Mike. So Skylar taking back some of those chips that he just gave Mike in the previous hand. Seems to me so it looks like we're just doing some chip maintenance out there, make it easier for when we do bag and tag, which should be coming shortly. Jared raises to 22,000.
This is revenge for that hand. That good, huh? Yep. Usually when you shuffle right after you snap them back, it's like a little bit different.
If you shuffle them, they might be different when you look at it again.
Looks like we've introduced those cranberry chips to the table. Those are worth 100,000. Cleaning up some of these large chip stacks so it's a little bit more manageable. Getting some of those thousands off the table. It's gray chips. Eric will fold. Steve will raise it up to 25,000. Todd ain't afraid. He ain't scared. He'll make the call. Flop comes 8, ace-4. Steve pairs his 4. We'll see a check, check. 10 on the turn. Check, check. A jack on the river. Todd Egerdahl gets the check mark. Hopefully Steve doesn't take this as an opportunity to, just a check from Todd. Steve will happily check back. So minimal damage done for Steve. Once again, blinds are at 5, 10, 10. Cost $25K to finance an orbit around the table. So we will go till the end of this blind level. Then we'll bag and tag and restart up at noon tomorrow. Maybe we can cut over to some other tables in between a hand. Just next hand or something, just identify some of the players out there. Tony Euler's still out there, Craig Thompson, Wade Kaiser, Max Bechtel, Brian Tweed, Chase Lardy, still party. Steve a fold. Todd and Jackson fold. Jared folds over to Eric. And folks, that's a walk. Walk for Dennis, doesn't need to do a damn thing. Looks like Cindy's got a cranberry, Brian Tweed has got a cranberry chip. So we're looking at some pretty large chip stacks out here on other tables. Steve Belland looking down at Queen Jack offsuit. Always so methodical, is going to lay it down. Trying not to get into any sticky situations just before we bag and tag here. If you want to make sure you're alerted when we go live tomorrow for feature into final table action, make sure to subscribe and turn on that notification bell. Make sure you don't miss any of the action here on the Dakota Poker Tour. Fold around, and after a raise from Jared, he will scoop the pot. Take a little trip. Oh. There, you can see Cindy. Yeah. That was excellent. Love it. Jared, pocket tens. We'll raise it up to 22,000. Eric will make the call. Fuzz gonna find this time to go all in for 139,000. Jared with pocket tens is in kind of a tough situation here. Does appear that he's had some time to find that premium hand to go all in on. Not quite back up against the wall. Oh, not quite back up against the wall where he's just going all in or nothing with not much, and Jared will make the call. Eric will fold. All right. So it'll be Jared's pocket tens versus Fuzz queen 10 or queen jack. Fuzz tournament life at risk. 50-50 virtually. Flop comes deuce, queen 6. Ugh. Jared does have both of his tens live. They weren't taken out of the deck by any other hands. A 5 on the turn. Fun needs to fade a 2-outer to stay alive. And it is a 10. Oh. Pha Trong eliminated in probably about 28th, 27th place in absolutely disgusting fashion. 27th place, Jared Strode adding to his chip stack minutes before we bag and tag here. Yeah, Jared knows how disgusting it is, what he just pulled off. Rivering a 2-outer to knock someone out. But when it's your day, it's your day. Unapologetically lucky. There's Dana coming out with the bags for the tags. And if I'm sitting at the table, I wish it was me that had those chips raked my way, but one more player closer to seeing that $6,300 first place prize. Step 1 is to bag and tag. Step 2, make the final table. Step 3, win. Jackson raises 25,000. Now it's on to Skyler to call. He's going to shove all in. Huge decision here for Jackson. If he calls and loses, absolutely crippled. Thing is, hasn't caught any cards really for the last 2 hours, and he's just gonna fold. So great shove by Skylar Sand. Great shove against a frustrated player in Jackson. There we go. Lardy's still in the party. Max, Brian. Fold around to Eric Kimball, sitting on ace-jack suited. Raise it up to 30,000. Dennis Sieb now with pocket tens. He'll shove all in. If you're short stacked, you want to double up before you tag. You want to feel comfortable and happy with your chip stack going into tomorrow. If you're a big stack, you don't want to just donk it all away. But here we are. Pocket tens for Dennis Sieb versus Eric Kimball's ace-jack suited of hearts. If I'm Dennis, I want to see all low black cards. 5, ace-7. Eric Kimball will pair his ace. We can't do a two-outer again with pocket tens, can we? Can it happen again? 6 on the turn. Two-outer for Dennis. Can he pull a Jared Strode and hit a 10 on the river to remain alive? He cannot. The percentages are true. Dennis Sieb eliminated in 26th place. Eric Kimball scooping in some much needed chips. Top 10 places get paid. Top prize $6,300. Looks like Craig Thompson just survived an all-in moment. We got Lardy all-in on a table.
Remember anything about it? Reading the structure?
Chase Lardy's all-in. 10 queen deuce on the board.
You're good enough to play with this one.
He's claiming he checked in the dark and smashed it. I believe the check in the dark. I don't believe the smash. Oh, he smashed his chips in, yes. And a call over here. 2 pair for Chase Lardy. Queen 10. Check, dark, smash. He was actually not lying. 7 on the turn. Needs a king. and a 4. Chase Lardy getting richer. Chase Lardy on his way. Chase Lardy's on his way to being the points leader. Oh my gosh. Just got upstairs. Skylar Sand, pocket aces, raises 22K. Mike Schultz, pocket queens, all in. Skylar insta-calls. Action is out there, folks. Oh my gosh. 3% chance for Mike Schultz to win here. Skylar Sand. This would be a huge double up through him. 9 deuce king on the flop. .3% is still alive. At 4 on the turn gives Skylar the check mark. And Skylar Sand will double up through Mike Schultz. A major turn of events. And we're just minutes away from bagging and tagging for day 2. Skylar Sand trying to control his smile. Getting flashbacks to Free Poker Network's championship out in Vegas where Skylar Sand has aces, and I think it was Fred Morales has kings, I think was the hand. Try to pull this up here. Edgar Levoff flops quads. That's not it.
Full board tomorrow. That's the area. He was under the king. Rating 25,000.
Give me a count.
Attention players. This level will end in 1 minute. After that, 10-minute break.
Apparently you cannot find this information quickly.
After this hand, hold up. Stop the clock. Yeah. Yeah, this is the last hand. Yeah, we're done.
Attention players.
Oh no, the situation was Skylar Sand had pocket kings and Fred Morales had aces. Had that mixed up. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us here tonight. We are bagging and tagging at the end of the level. We'll restart tomorrow at noon for feature table coverage. We'll see you all in the morning.